Can we please remain standing? Thank you all very much. We shall now take the national anthem. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. The President of the Academy, Nigerian Academy of Engineering, Engineer Mrs. Maduka, FNSC, FAENG, MFR, the President and past President of the Academy, the incoming President, Engineer Professor Fola Lasisi, FNSC, FAENG, Fellows of the Academy, those new engineers who are to be inducted today as fellows, give you a special welcome. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President and other members of the Academy, I welcome you to this occasion. We warmly welcome all the families and friends of the new inductees. Today is a special day for any engineer. And as I stand here today, I feel proud to say that I am a fellow of the Academy of Engineering. We welcome some of our special guests whom we've invited. I see that my president is here, the president of the Nigerian Center of Engineers, Engineer Mukolu. Thank you very much for being here. I see that we have here a commissioner from Ogun State, Otumba Ashiru. I know you've come here to support your brother. Thank you for coming. And there are also many, many, many important dignitaries here. But we're all important because the essence of today's gathering is to celebrate our new president and our new fellows. Many of us will know, if you don't know, if you look in your brochures, there's a full write-up about the academy. But basically, the members of the Academy of Engineering are drawn from among very senior Nigerian and foreign engineers who have distinguished themselves in their professions, either in business, academia, or government, in every aspect or every discipline of engineering. To be inducted into the academy is not by application, it's by invitation. So you are invited by your peers, and they are the ones who recommend, say, this person has achieved a lot, and so we feel and we would like to put him forward for recognition. During the course of today's events, we will also be honoring some of our members who have achieved the golden age or more of 75. Now, being recognized is not so much about how long you've been in the academy, it's more about how long you've been in engineering. And the whole idea is that we must recognize those engineers who, over the years, have made significant contributions to the profession. So, it is now my pleasure to invite our president, the president of the Academy of Engineering, Engineer Mrs. Maduka, to please give us her welcome address. Engineer Maduka, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm not very used to protocol, but I'll do my best. Our special guest of honor, His Excellency, Engineer Suleiman H. Adamu, Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Water Resources. Now, who's representing him? Please come to the high table if you are representing the minister. Thank you. Presidents of other academies here present, presidents of stakeholder organizations in engineering, dear presidents of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, past presidents of the Academy, distinguished fellows of the Academy, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to yet another milestone in our academy as we invest the 10th president of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I'm delighted to see all of you here today, and I assure you all that the chain of events lined up for today will be worthwhile. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our special guest of honor, His Excellency, Engineer Suleiman Adamu, Minister, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, ably represented by Professor Emmanuel Adani, Director General, National Water Resources Institute, Kaduna. I'm delighted to see the array of other dignitaries gathered here today, too numerous to mention, and I want you all to know that I appreciate your presence. I'm afraid for academic activities, if we say 11 o'clock, it's either 11 o'clock or a few minutes to 11, and we kick off. Now, the hall is still a bit empty, but I'm sure by the time we spend a few more minutes, people are going to arrive. But for us, in the academy, we start our activities on time. Distinguished guests, I strongly believe that we should use this occasion to remind us all that our responsibility as the Nigerian Academy of Engineering is to ensure the advancement of engineering education and practice throughout the engineering family, engineering, technology, technicians, and craftsmen. This is achievable through continuous learning, advocacy, and strategic collaboration with relevant professional associations and industry. The goal remains the significant improvement of the lives of our people and the state of our society, nation, and humanity as a whole. We are to facilitate information dissemination and exchange of ideas among ourselves and other professionals, act as advisors to both the government and private sector operators on engineering, technology, and other related matters. Indeed, we are to be proactive by assessing emerging socio-economic challenges in the economy and as they relate to engineering and technology, anticipating the likely need to meet those challenges and providing appropriate solutions. Today, we shall witness the investiture of the 10th president of the Academy and the induction of 12 fellows. We shall also be honoring 7 of our fellows with the Distinguished Life Achievement Awards in recognition of a lifetime service in engineering. We shall also, in addition, have the privilege of listening to a stimulating lecture titled Current Developments in Nigeria's Water Resources Sector, to be delivered by the Honorable Minister of Water Resources, Engineer Adamu, FNSC, represented by the Director General, Professor Adamu. I wish to bring to your attention some of the initiatives the Academy has embarked upon during my tenure as president. With the support of the Royal Academy of Engineering in UK, the Academy developed Nigeria SPEC, Standards for Professional Engineering Competence, in response to the need to be focused engineering curriculum in Nigeria. This work was undertaken by a committee which comprised representatives from the accrediting bodies, NUC, that's Nigerian University Commission, NBTE, Nigerian Board for Technical Education, COREN, Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, and our own fellows who coordinated the activities. We developed templates for development of outcome-based engineering curriculum for the whole engineering family: engineers, technologists, technicians, and tradesmen. On the basis of the Washington, Dublin, and Sydney academies, adoption of these will enable the Nigerian engineering graduates meet global standards and our engineers will be able to work globally. We have partnered with the Nigerian Ports Authority to upgrade the working facilities of the Federal Science and Technical College. This college was selected because it was the old trade center where technicians and craftsmen were trained. This was replicated in Kaduna and Enugu in the old regional capital cities. NPA is providing the support as part of its corporate social responsibility. And we intend to move on from here. Yaba will be a pilot project. We hope to move on from here later to Kaduna, although I'm told that the Kaduna site is now the Polytechnic, but I think one of us wants us to come to Kano. There is a Federal Science and Technical College in Kano, so we'll be going there, and then we'll go to Enugu, which still has the trade center. We have partnered with the Nigerian Ports Authority to upgrade these working facilities, because when our members visited the college at the invitation of the staff, we found that the whole college was run down. Some machines which were installed 50 years ago had not been upgraded. They were not working. In some cases, the roofs of the workshops were blown up, and so on. So we decided that we would intervene, and it will be part of our contribution to the engineering family. We have also partnered with Ako Group to promote industry-academia linkage and support the development of innovative solutions. Now, those of us who were at the dinner last night will remember that the paper given was on industry-academia relationship, linkage between academia and industry, because we found there is a gap in this. Researchers just lock up their research projects in their labs, and nobody was taking them out. So we decided that we will have a linkage with one of our companies that has supported us over the years, and that is Ako Group of Companies. So we have a relationship with them. Ako, in fact, sponsors postgraduate fellowships for some of our young people to go and study and their knowledge outside Nigeria, which is very necessary actually, because most of our young people, their first degree, second degree, third degree, were all in Nigeria. And we always feel that there is nothing like having an external degree, at least to see how others get on in their respective countries. So we have this relationship. And the Ako Group is going to support this linkage relationship with money. They want to give us money to start up. I think they are giving us about 25 million naira every year for the first 5 years while we get started. Now, with the support of the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, we have produced the maiden edition of a journal titled Innovative Solutions in Engineering, presented this morning. We will be making a public presentation of the journal today. This will be presented by the representative of the special guest of honor, Professor is it Adamu or Adani? Depends from area that we say Adani. Director General, National Water Resources Institute, Kaduna. In November 2016, our President, Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, was invested as the grand patron of this academy. Today's lecture is yet another opportunity for the academy to address an issue of significance impact to our country's socio-economic development. Specifically, the issue in focus is current developments in Nigeria's water resources sector. Our choice of this topic is in furtherance of our avowed commitment to positively impact our economy and the social life of Nigerians. We are grateful to all our too numerous to mention companies, organizations, even individuals that provided support for our activities. At this point, I think he won't get tired because this is the last time I'm going to mention him. At this point, I would like to make specific mention of Professor Ajayi, who was the chairman of our finance committee. He sacrificed time and money to raise finances for the academy activities. He has now even created a line item in the budget of his foundation for the academy. I therefore appeal to all our fellows to please support their own academy, and we shall take it off the ground. We are not supported by government in any way, and we only work on contributions from our fellows and donations from well-meaning Nigerians and outside of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by appealing to all our fellows, including today's inductees, and indeed to all members, that we should commit ourselves to increase involvement in all our programs and ensure regular attendance at all our meetings. I'm sure we all have things to contribute to the progress of this academy. But I'm afraid once we finish the ceremonies like this, I have to be frank, we don't see most of them. And in fact, I think it got to a point that the incoming president was saying that maybe we should be having retreats for our new inductees before we induct them, to actually know what they are bringing to the academy. So I solicit support for all of you in all our activities. We have quite a number of them. Once again, I welcome you all to this event and wish you a fruitful and enjoyable time. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Maduka. I'm sure we can do better than that. Thank you very much. Whilst the President was giving her welcome address, the representative of our host, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, entered the auditorium, and it's my pleasure to ask Professor Ben Okojafor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, to please come forward so that he can let the VC know that he was recognized. That's what was there. Professor Ben, please. Today, I'm a lucky man. In front here, I have two presidents. I've already introduced the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. It's now also my pleasure to introduce the president of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, Engineer Charles Akindayomi. So welcome. Now, traditionally, the academy is known for promoting very strong academic and professional discourse in the nation. And if you look through the brochure, you'll see the topics of some, not all, some of the lectures that have been delivered through the auspices of the academy. Today is not going to be any different. Today we have a lecture that will be delivered by a past president of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, an honorable minister in the federal cabinet, and a distinguished engineer in his own right, who will give the lecture, Nigeria's water resources sector, the current development in the water resources sector. To introduce our guest speaker, who, as we've been told, is unfortunately absent today, matters of very important state affairs, I'm going to call on a past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, past president of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, and the technical secretary of the academy, Engineer I.K. Inuwa, FNSC, FAENG, OFR, to briefly introduce our guest speaker, Engineer Inuwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, past presidents, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The guest speaker for today, Engineer Suleiman Hussein Adamu, is a prince of Kazauri. Kazauri happens to be one of 5 emirates in Jigawa State. It used to be in Kano State, in Jigawa State now. Whose father was Emir of Kazauri, grandfather was Emir of Kazauri, the current Emir is his senior brother. So you know where I'm going to. Maybe one day we'll say Suleiman Adamu, also the Emir of Kazauri. Suleiman Adamu graduated from Auditorium University, Zaria, 1984. Many years after some of us have graduated from there. He now went to University of Reading in the UK to do a master's degree in project management. He started his working career in what we used to call RECA in Kano, Water Resources and Management Construction Agency. And he rose there to become a principal engineer before he decided to go into engineering consultancy. And he made his big mark, particularly during the PTF days. And a lot of us could remember the PTF days. Those of us that participated, you don't need to know anybody to get your check there. You don't need to know anybody to get a job there. We are hoping that with the General Buhari becoming the president of Nigeria, it is going to be the same story, but I dare say it is not today. But be that as it may, he participated actively in the Afri Project Management Consultancy. One of his partners, Engineer Rafinda, is very much around as fellow of the academy. With 3 or 4 other of their colleagues, they were in the APC, Afri Project Consortium. And that was a big, new but a big firm that did a lot of things in this country. And that was the nature of Suleiman Adamu. And one good thing he has also done was to participate in this current political dispensation. And so he's not a minister because he's an engineer, but because he's an engineer and a politician, which is what we have been telling our young engineers to do. Because this federal government has 12 lawyers that are ministers, 12 out of 36 or thereabouts, and only two are engineers. That is a very serious problem for us. So no wonder we have this big infrastructure deficit. And it's challenge maybe not to us in the academy, but certainly our young growing engineers. And I remember my past president, Ajayi, just introduced his son who is just come back with a PhD and Ujama. So these are some of these young men that we should be pushing to not only participate in engineering, but also to make sure that they try their hands in politics, because that's the only way out. And Suleiman Adamu did that, and he is now the Honorable Minister of Water Resources. Now, since he became Minister of Water Resources, a lot of things have happened to the industry, despite all the problems in this country. A lot of abandoned projects, water projects, have been reactivated and even commissioned. 3-4 weeks ago, I've seen him on the network commissioning one in Katsina, one around Enugu. And that is Suleiman Adamu. So this is the man who is an engineer, a politician, and a pride to us engineers. And that is why the Academy decided to invite him to talk to us on what is it in water resources. Unfortunately, the week he wanted to come here, he was dispatched to Russia to go and represent Mr. President. And of course, since he happens to be a politician, he has to do that. But we have a dynamic professor of the National Water Research Institute in Kaduna who will be representing us. So it is my pleasure to you, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the guest speaker. Thank you very much.
I understand that before we listen to your speech, that there is a video that the Honorable Minister has sent, which is, I think, well, I don't know what it contains. So let's see what the video has to say. Whilst we're trying to sort out the audio, will I invite the representative of the Honorable Minister to please come forward to present his speech. But I could hear what he was saying. He was saying that he was sorry that he couldn't be here, and that he thanked the President for the opportunity to at least send this video thing, and that he sends his very best wishes to the Academy, the fellows, and the new inductees, and especially our incoming President. The
President, Nigerian Academy of Engineers, fellows, inductees, and ladies and gentlemen. Actually, this morning I got another message from the Honorable Minister in Tajikistan that he's really apologizing that I couldn't be here. But fortunately for us, he was selected to represent Africa to discuss issues on water resources by the UNESCO yesterday. So he sent me a message and he said I should pass it to you all. Now, what that message is saying there, though I have copies to distribute after, what he was saying is that it was not his fault that I wouldn't be here, and we should pardon him because sometimes, as the last speaker said, political issues may override some of these professional things we do. And as a servant of government under the president, he was directed to take that responsibility immediately, so he had to go. And in that way, he asked me to come and make a presentation on his behalf. So any pronoun you see here mentioned is actually not me, it's the minister. So please don't hold me responsible for anything that, though in that statement he said I could answer all questions. I'll try to answer the ones I can. Now, current developments in Nigeria's water sector. The presentation is in introduction, status of water resources in Nigeria since November 2015 when he took over. We're treating into policy, legislation, institutional issues, water supply, sanitation, irrigation, dams, river basin, then current developments in water resources, future plans, and conclusion. I'm aware that the Nigerian Academy of Engineering provides a platform for harnessing the technological resources of our nation and making inputs to national development process at the highest level of government. I'm also aware that fellows of all the academy and accomplished experts and professionals in diverse engineering disciplines and related backgrounds. It is therefore my honor and privilege to deliver this year's 2018 Academy Annual Lecture to the Nigerian Academy of Engineering titled Current Developments in Nigeria's Water Sector. Nigeria's population is currently estimated at 198 million. It has a total land area of 923,000 square kilometers divided into eight hydrological areas with an average annual rainfall of 1,150, ranging from 4,000 to 350, that is from south to the north, and has a total renewable water resources potential of about 375 billion cubic meters of water. And out of this, 287 are internally generated and eight are transboundary. So it is our responsibility to make sure that this volume of water is used to develop our water resources potential, agriculture, hydropower, energy, and all other sources of development from water. This presentation discusses the status of the sector as at November 2015 when I assumed office as the minister. I assumed office as Honorable Minister of Water Resources and outlines the actions we have undertaken in the last 2.5 years towards revitalizing and improving performances in the water sector. Permit me to quickly itemize some of the challenges that face water resources. Policy is one of the issues, inadequate policies, poor funding, low budgetary provisions, absence of effective legal and regulatory framework, institutional and human capacity weakness, political will that will aid the fast movement of water resources, then delays in budgetary appropriation, arbitrary budgetary allocation, poor investment in the water by states and some other like local governments, lack of enabling environment for private sector participation, poor revenue generation and inadequate
cost recovery from services. Inadequate power supply, this is, everybody knows, is a problem for us. The lack of ownership of the facilities by beneficiaries, because we don't involve them sometimes when we're carrying out these projects. Then poor operation and maintenance. The status of water sector as at November 2015. Policy, legislation, and institutional issues. The mandate of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources is to develop, implement policies, projects, and programs that will enable sustainable access to safe and sufficient water to meet the social, cultural, environmental, and economic development needs of all Nigerians. The ministry organization and structure consists of 5 operational departments, 8 service departments, 9 service units, and 16 agencies or parastatals, including the 12 river basins. They are all named here, and the aim is for collective work to attain the mandate of the water resources. As of 2015, the only potent policy document that was available for the sector was the National Water Resource Master Plan, which was developed in collaboration with the Japanese International Cooperation Agency, JICA. The master plan made recommendations how best to manage the water resources of the country with respect to institutional development, water supply, food security through agriculture, aquaculture, livestock, and general empowerment of the water for other multipurpose uses. Unfortunately, the development of the water resources did not follow the tenets of the master plan, so we started having problems. At 2015, there were 116 ongoing projects in the ministry. 37 of them are irrigation, 38 dams, and 41 in water supply, many of which were abandoned or comatose because they require review of scope and cost. And also, they were not consistent with funding. The funding was not consistent, so they could not complete them. And have some have gone above 75%, but then averagely they were between 40 and 60% level of completion. And the outstanding bill at that time was about 88 billion naira, and additional contractual commitments to it was 264.9 billion naira. So a lot is required to make sure that these projects are completed in terms of financial commitment. The absence of other robust documents that will guide the activities of the ministry, this sector contributed to the failure of adequately implementing the master plan. The National Water Resources Bill and the National Water Resources Policy were in limbo. There was no irrigation and drainage policy, and the National Water Supply and Sanitation Policy adopted in 2000 needed critical review. It was sad that the National Water Resources Bill that had been under preparation since 2016 could not see the light of the day. I'm very sure most of you must have been aware of what has happened in the National Assembly recently, when the bill was there for the third hearing and final one. It was obvious that the absence of this policy document and legal investment and legal instruments posed a serious threat to the development of the water resources sector. It became imperative that we must have in place an appropriate water resources legislation and ensure that all our relevant policy documents are current and active. Institutional lapses and inadequacies are also evident in the water resources as of 2015, especially in the deployment of human resources, technical capacity, planning, design, and contractual administration of projects, and in areas of data generation and management. Important departments such as the Planning, Research and Statistics, the River Basin Development Operations and Inspectorates were headed by non-technical personnel and could not therefore adequately deal with the challenges thereof. Now, water supply. The National Water Supply and Sanitation Policy of 2000, though outdated, establishes, which we are holding on to, The daily water demand for urban areas is at 120 liters per capita per day, semi-urban 60 liters per capita per day, and rural areas 30 liters per capita per day. But we have not been able to reach this. The average coverage as at 2015 was 80%, sorry, 69%. 80% semi-urban 65, and rural 60. Now, Nigeria was not able to meet the MDG on target because of particularly decline in access to rural water. It became necessary that concerted effort must be put in place to improve the trend towards achieving 100% of the water supply in 2030. 2030 it coincides with our master plan as well as the SDG, the reviewed master plan as well as the SDG. That is making sure that we have 100% water coverage in 2030. And at that time, the pressure on Nigerian development will increase because our population is estimated to go to 257. Recent studies have further established that pipe-borne water supply, especially in the urban areas in the country, declined from 30% in 1990 to 7% in 2015. This unpleasant revelation made it necessary that we must embark on a new aggressive effort to address the situation. It is to be successful. In order to be successful, all tiers of government must partner to ensure radical changes in the improvement of this sector. Unfortunately, the federal government has been burdened too much with the supply and distribution, which is also not their, though it's definitely not their mandate. And that has, it is given, well, I would say a lot of problems, because the federal government cannot provide the raw water and also distribute for the states. Sanitation. Access to sanitation has been in the decline from 30% in 2010 to 28% in 2015. Open defecation has been on the increase, and there was not a single local government that is open defecation free. Among these challenges of curbing open defecation is the lack of adequate political support and poor coordination of efforts between all stakeholders, particularly at different tiers of government. Challenges of sanitation are not only limited to the rural areas. Urban slums too are, in fact, the greatest culprit nowadays, especially the migration due to this insecurity. We started having more of it now, the urban areas. Irrigation. Nigeria has a potential of 3.1 million land suitable for irrigation. Only about 440,000 has been planned. And of the 440,000, 128 have been developed. And even of 120, 50 of them, of the developers, have lost their potential due to failed infrastructure and some other unnecessary events that followed. I'll explain that later. The current annual water demand for irrigation in the dry season is about 1.9 billion cubic meters of water, which translates to about 0.7% of our nationally internally generated water. And then if we get to the proposed 400,000, we would need about 6.2 billion cubic meters of water, which is 2.2 of the total volume of water we generate internally, which means we are really operating our water for irrigation far, far below capacity. Dams. Now, in Nigeria, as at 2015, we have been recording 264 dams. But I tell you, as at the day before yesterday, when we were doing a record new implementation of dam projects, and also dam investment and dam record, we have 406 as at the day before yesterday recorded, and we're still having more. And what that means that there are dams going on without the federal government knowing. But when you have to go around, you must see that local governments are trying, states are trying, some individuals are also trying. So from record, we have about 416, not 6, sorry. Now, the total water impounded so far in these dams about 2010 and 12 was about 30 billion. I can tell you now it's about 34 billion cubic meters of water. Now, we have enough water in the hydrological areas. We can dam them to provide enough water for various uses. The hydrological areas have their water. And the dependability, annual dependability, is shown here. That means almost all the hydrological areas can provide water enough for the uses for agriculture. Though in some places you may not have the capacity to do hydropower. But for agriculture, water supply, and some aquaculture and all this, we have them. The river basin development, okay, let me just highlight this one a bit, because it's very important. Almost all the dams in the country are not utilized optimally to serve the purpose for which they exist. And it's because sometimes when you construct these dams, you don't hand them over properly. And sometimes when you're constructing the dams, sometimes we overestimate the capacity of the environment to utilize the dam. So we put it there and the capacity is not there. So it becomes a problem for us. And most of these are political. So dams exist in some places and are not fully used. And recently we've been doing some bathymetric studies. My institute has been doing some bathymetric studies of the dams in Nigeria. Of the dams we've already done, about 7 or 8 of them, 35%, that's minimum, of the active capacity has been seated up completely. So if you are going to project any activity around the dam based on the initial active capacity, now, if you still have irrigation attached to that, hydropower attached to that, you have to review it and then try to see areas that have enough water to plant thirsty crops. Areas that are water deficient, you find those crops that are not as thirsty and have them. So we are trying to advise government on what to put on some of these structures that exist, because the volume you see there is no more the volume that was calculated at time of construction. Siltation has taken about 30% of them. Now, river basin development authorities. There are currently 12 river basin development authorities, and they are all supposed to serve the purpose for which they are designed, they are created. And initially, the river basin authorities were modeled along the United States Tennessee Valley Basin development concept following the drought of 1970. And their primary functions are to serve as operators, managers, and developers of water resources infrastructure within the catchment and to bring prosperity as integrated rural development drivers, especially in areas of food production and employment generation. Over the years, the performance of the river basin has not been desirable. It's not due to funding alone, but in the 80s, when the Technical Committee on Privatization and Commercialization forced them to sell all the non-water assets, they became just managers of irrigation, little irrigation projects, and the non-water assets that were sold were bought by some people who did not even put them into use. So it was a problem for them. They relaxed and they were not doing anything after that. Now, for the river basin also to regain its glory and perform optimally to deliver the mandate of the experiment, they require complete restructuring to operate as technical and professional agencies with a clear objective. There was therefore the compelling need for institutional, organizational, and policy reforms that would prepare them to do the services for which they are created. Now, current development in water sector. I'm going to be fast with bulky. I'm going to try and cut a lot of things off, if you don't mind, please. Current developments in the water sector. On assumption of office as Minister of Water Resources in November 2015, we rolled out a program of actions to begin addressing the problems of the sector, commencing with a ministerial retreat from which was developed immediate and long-term strategies for the water sector, 2016 to 2030, tagged the water sector roadmap. The current development in the sector are guided by the roadmap. And the content of the roadmap is the conclusion of the draft National Water Resources Policy, National Irrigation Drainage Policy, and the National Water Resources Bill. The organization of manpower review of the ministry towards repositioning the ministry. Then prioritizing and executing of projects in the ministry. There are so many of them and the funds were not sufficient. So we could locate some of them to actively do and then do a better coverage, equitable coverage. Yeah. Then development of the National Irrigation Development Program. Identification of dams and hydropower potential for development. Development and implementation of national water supply and sanitation to attain the SDG. Then development of the blueprint of action plan to strengthen the River Basin Development Authority. And then creating partnership and alternative sources of funding. Policy, legislation, and institutional reform. Pursuant to the roadmap, we were able to secure approval of the National Water Resources Bill, the National Water Resources Policy, and the National Irrigation and Drainage Policy by the Federal Executive Council in September 2016. The National Water Resources Bill is receiving attention. You are all aware of it. The bill is bringing all the various water-related laws together and streamlining overlaps with other institutions, especially the National Inland Waterways and the National Environmental Standards and Regulatory Enforcement Agency. The bill, when passed into law, will, among other issues, provide the effective catchment management, greater participation of farmers in irrigation management, and other regulatory framework for private sector participation. One of the issues that were not properly highlighted to Nigerians in the bill is that the creation of the regulatory body, the commission, that commission was supposed to regulate, and then the introduction of the catchment management. All our rivers belong to certain hydrological areas. Those hydrological clusters, we want to make sure that we have them in small units, that the villagers themselves who use they are the first people who have contact with the river, from the first order river to all the tributaries. So we want to have communities that can manage this water from that level, and most especially women, because they are the most prudent users of water and management. So the catchment basin management takes care of women, and women mentioned very clearly in it. It's one of the things we intend to do. As part of the tasks outlined in the roadmap, we embarked on organizational reform of the ministry with a view to strengthening it by undertaking the diagnosis of the ministry structure and enabling the human resources and professionalism required to achieve this mandate. In this regard, we have now we have professionalized the Department of Planning, Research and Statistics and the Department of River Basin Operation and Inspectorate. We now have engineers heading this department for proper management of our resources and also for contribution, because the direction was not actually there as such. There was a time that we had a historian who was heading the Planning, Research and Statistics, and this is a technical university. So it became very difficult for us to liaise. And after some time, a lot of people were deployed from the Federal Civil Service Commission to us. Some were historians, some read English, and we didn't know how to use them. So it's one of the reasons we had at the time. Now, the minister made sure it's been professionalized, and the river business too. Now, in working, we have other units, the other agencies that work in collaboration with the river business are the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency, the National Water Resources Institute in Kaduna, the Nigerian Integrated Water Resources Commission, and the Gurara Water Management. Now, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency was established in May 2010 with the statutory responsibility to undertake hydrological services of the assessment of nation's vast water resources through collection, collation, storage, analysis, and destination of hydrometeorological, geological, hydrogeological, water quality data and information. Since its establishment, the agency has been making efforts to accomplish its task, but is challenged by paucity of funding. And this has resulted in us not meeting the number of hydrological stations that are required under the WMO. Where in Nigeria, with its vast river and land and water resources, we are required to have about 482 hydrometeorological stations, but currently we have 274, which is not enough. The National Water Resources Institute, which I heard, is responsible for, it was established in 2004. Actually, it was established in 1998 by a decree, but when it was turned into act, they reverted to 2000. And this is one of the institutes, is the only academic section and research section of the ministry. We have a lot of assignments. We train geologists, engineers. We also do researches in all aspects of water resources, and we're responsible for the development of the code of practice for all aspects of water resources management. And we're also responsible to advise the government on priorities, especially in water development. Then we are attached, fortunately we have been given a Category 2 UNESCO Center, which is housed in the Institute. And we take care of the West African region completely in integrated water, river basin management. And we have a lot of communications too. Then we have contact or connections with 6 universities in the 6 geopolitical zones under the World Bank. Then we have one direct between Nigeria and Hungary under international relations, and then 2 other universities, University of Abuja and the NDA, also in collaboration, all this to develop water resources. Now we have the integrated water resource management. This, unfortunately, it has not been, there's no act backing it. So when the bill comes, it will come into play. Then the Gurara management, this one has been folded up. It's a project which was created to manage the water resource of Gurara, but it has been folded up. I have this here, so I think we can give you copies to go through. But let me get into the important areas that will require our attention. Irrigation development. Nigeria has 3.1 million hectares, but what we have planned is 400. Now we intend to go up to 400, sorry, what we have planned is about 400 and something. But we intend to go up to 500,000 hectares. But what do? The amount of water required for this is available, but do we have it impounded? So these are areas that we need to keep talking about. How can we pound this water and direct them for that? But the program we have for it today is that they are in 3 phases. Phase 1 is to provide us 2016 to 2020 to provide at least 100,000 hectares. Then 2021 to 2025, 175,000 hectares. Then the last phase, 2026 to 2030, 250,000 hectares. Now, apart from this, the federal government secured some money from the World Bank for the improvement of some of this. The amount of money given was about $495 million, and this is to cater for the development of Bakalori irrigation project, which commenced 2017, 13,000 hectares. Kano River irrigation project procurement process completed with 14,000 hectares. Hadija Valley irrigation project procurement also completed. Project commenced after the flagging up by the President 5th May this year. That's about 6,000 hectares. Dadinkowa irrigation project studies completed, 3,000 hectares. The Middle Rima irrigation project study nearing completion is about 5,000. Now, the river basin, fortunately, has been restructured. And let me let you know that the minister made sure that the river basins are headed by engineers. Of the 12 river basins, 10 of them are engineers. The other ones are also engineers in their own way. agric engineers, water resources, but civil engineers said most of them. And he has repositioned them. They have also created a section specifically for agric engineers, and they are doing that now. Then fortunately also, we have a youth empowerment scheme that takes care of youths to train them using the Songhai model, and they have now input this into their project. The Songhai model now, every river basin has it, and we're doing it in collaboration with the youth empowerment scheme. I'll go to hydropower generation. Now, unfortunately, at the time that we needed hydropower very much, the Ministry of Water Resources was doing dams, and we decided that those dams that are capable of housing hydropower, we put them in. But after some time, we started having problem with the power ministry that it's not our responsibility to generate electricity. But we told them that it's not so. If the civil work that houses the electromechanical component is part of this, the dam construction, we should put it. So we're putting it. If you want to retrofit later, it's okay, but let's have it. So we did that. And right now, one of the projects has been taken over by power. But one that we finished successfully, we implemented it. So after that, the minister now says that if we are going to construct a dam that has the capacity to generate even 1 megawatt, we should take it all, the budget and everything. We should not give one component to another ministry. We should encompass everything and do it. So that's what we are doing now. If any river to the dam has the potential to generate even 1 kilowatt or whatever of electricity, we will do it. And that is what the minister has said, and it's very, very good, and we need to do it to generate that. Now we have Gurara, which is generating 30 megawatts of electricity. It's almost completed. Now in fact, the project is completed. The distribution is what we're waiting for. Then the Kashimbila also is available. The power now, the Minister of Power is trying to lay this. But one thing is this. These are projects that originally were not meant for hydropower. But after assessing this and knowing the amount of water that will be left unused, we converted it to hydro, and that's why. So we're going to be doing that continuously. Now, one important area is the Lake Chad Basin Commission, the Saving the Lake Chad. A conference was held sometime in February this year, and the president was very concerned. Actually, he called for that. Now, we have some activities on Lake Chad today. Incidentally, Lake Chad, that was about the main provider of milk for the environment there. When I say milk, ladies, mothers' milk, has water and all sorts of things. It's drying up. Everything came out of it. We have people running helter-skelter there. Insecurity is coming, all these things. So there was a conference that was supposed to put together that. And the aim of the conference is to revitalize the Lake Chad. Revitalization means taking the water back. Even if you solve the insurgency and all this, it doesn't take water back to the Chad. So the only option was the interbasin water transfer. We got the source from Congo, which, well, in the meeting they accepted that the water could be transferred. But funds is a problem. Then some other commitments. And then, fortunately, the federal government arrived at some, and the states that are contiguous to the lake, and even those that have resources that they can lend to the lake, also came together and decided that this could be done. So interbasin water transfer is what is ongoing now. We are waiting for that. The Japanese that are designing and reviewing it are still doing it. But let me tell you, the federal government is very concerned about this. And our minister is so restless about it. He's so disturbed about it. And as a preliminary to that, if this thing doesn't come, because the Lake Chad water transfer may take at least 7 to 8 years if funds are available now to get the very first benefit. Now, if funds are available and the technology which we have now, it's also there. It will take 7 to 10 years. But within this period, are we waiting for the problem to come? Because we have the problem today. So what else do we do? So we're looking for other sources of water transfer that can revitalize even the periphery of the Chad Basin. So how water transfer is one of them. There are other transfers too. All this is supposed to at least send some volume of water to the periphery of the Lake Chad and the northeast there, so that we can engage our people to work. But temporarily, but the major one may not come now. We don't have to fool ourselves. But what other measures we do, at least to soften the problems there? Now, the Komadugu Yobe is one of the areas too. Komadugu Yobe is the environment that takes water from the Hadija and the Jamari from Jos Plateau, comes down, and then gets scattered, because we don't have well-defined rivers there, valleys there. So during rains and all this scattered. And this is totally used. The hydrological area 8 that contains this has about the least volume of water generated from, and is the largest hydrological area. And we need the water there. The water, if you manage the water very well from there, it still doesn't save the Lake Chad problem, because it trickles to Lake Chad. I think it provides less than 5% of the total volume of water required for Chad. So our contribution to Chad is virtually nothing. But then we need to revitalize the environment to make sure that at least peripherally we can solve the problem there. Plans for the future. Now, we need to pursue the final passage of National Water Resources Bill, continue with the implementation of the ongoing projects, then pursue vigorously the action plan for the sanitation and hygiene, is the portion I left out very much. Then implementation of national irrigation to meet the demand of 500,000 at the time. Then continue the reforms of the river basin as has been started. We need to push it forward. We don't want to stop at this stage. When the minister leaves now, it will be the problem of who is coming to succeed him. He has to pursue it. So it's good we propel it to a stage that it cannot come back. It has to roll on its own. Because sometimes you see a minister so active, when he goes, we're left with something. So we'll push the minister also to make sure that the level to which you go is a non-returnable level. Then continue with the collaboration, the Lake Chad Commission also, and other agencies that have transboundary interest in our water. Then conclusion of the organization structure reform of the ministry. This one is already there. We need to continue with it. The professional departments must be professionalized and totally professionalized. Then become proactive in response to environmental challenges, degradation, deforestation, climate change, and all this. Now, in addition to this, adaptation of renewable energy. We want to use solar powers now to at least do our water treatment, irrigation, and other drip irrigation too. Then promotion of public-private sector, participation in our water development. It has been very, very minimal. And the reason is there. Because if you ask a private sector to come and develop or come and fund it, we tried it in Guerrero too. When we tried it, most of them want to come and tap the hydropower generation. That's the only way. But none of them is ready to build the dam because they don't know how to recover their money from the water generated from the dam. And it is the dam that provides the energy for electricity. So nobody wants to do that because we are not able to make sure that water is looked at as an economic value, an economic resource. Nobody looks at that. So most of this, unless we have this bill that will give authority to people to pay for their water, no private sector will be interested in constructing a dam for you. Because about 65–70% of the investment will come from there. And it will take almost ages for them to recover that investment. In conclusion, I have to conclude, sir. In conclusion, Nigeria is blessed with abundant water resources. We told you the volume of water we have there. Unfortunately, it is not properly distributed. And then climate change and all this, population increase and lack of proper funding, well, inadequate funding, I would say, also will contribute to this. But then we cannot achieve this if we don't fund this very well. Nigeria is not water stressed based on the volume of water available per capita we have today. but it can be water stress if we don't manage them very well. Because after some time, if a Nigerian is not able to have up to 1,000 cubic meters of water per year, it's already stressed. Because the water requirement per person per day is not the water used for sanitation, for drinking and all this. Even this I'm using today, even my glasses, whatever, when you are constructing this glass, maybe a volume of a slight, the mixture of the chemical, volume of water is part of it there. So that's also part of my water requirement per day. So with development, water requirement per person per day increases. And the water collection journey time depends on the water usage. So if water is available to you at all times, you can always use. So we want to make sure that this volume of water we have in the country, we use them effectively to make sure that the water collection time, the amount available to a person is adequate to make us get out of the water stress. President of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, fellows of the Academy of Engineering, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this presentation describes what we met in water resources in 2015 in assumption of office and our efforts in the last 2 years to strengthen whatever we have and then to move forward with it. I have also indicated some of our future plans and for the water sector. What we have developed in 15-year plan of action that we hope that the future administration, this is what I was talking about, will keep and faithfully implement them and not be after us. It is achieved that the water sector will be on the course to effectively meet the socio-economic need of the country. And to this end, we have, for the lifetime in history of the inaugurated a ministerial policy advisory committee. Our minister was the first person to do that. He drew up all water experts, all fields of water, the experts, and he also made this. We have a ministerial policy advisory committee, and he is hoping that even if he goes, the person taking over from him will prepare this and move it forward. And the roadmap we already have will be followed, and that the National Water Resources Master Plan, which highlighted the ways projects will be chosen and the sequence of the choice of the project should be followed. May I assure you that the Ministry of Water Resources, as a custodian of this nation's most important natural resources, will under our watch, continue to ensure that the resource is protected, used, developed, conserved, managed, and controlled for the collective benefits of all Nigerians. I thank the Nigerian Academy of Engineering for the unique opportunity for delivering this 2018 academic lecture, and also appreciate you all for your attention. Incidentally, sorry, just one statement and I will leave you. I try to see if we show you what our Nigerian engineers are doing. Sometimes we don't know we are doing anything. We have projects in the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. I tried to put them together. Unfortunately, we couldn't get them. Yes. I tried to put some of the photographs together. Interbasin water transfer, that's the big problem in charge. We've done it. The first interbasin water transfer, we did it in Nigeria. And as we took water, Abuja is taking water 75 kilometers from Kaduna State, underground. That's what we're using. So interbasin water transfer is not something, and Nigerian engineers were part of it throughout. Then in the transfer, incidentally, sir, it is something that people may not know. We were constrained at the time because of lack of money. So we had to go back to engineering to see if there's no money, how do we modify our materials to fit the money available? So the transmission line was a very, very delicate line. I don't think it is done anywhere in the world, because most of the engineers we had interaction with would say that we didn't need, it was a 3-meter diameter pipe, 15 millimeters thick. As engineers, you know such a pipe can buckle under its weight. So if it buckles under its weight, you can imagine putting it 75 kilometers, making sure that it is run all the way. It becomes very difficult. So we have to bring engineering this in to see how you backfill, what you do, how you, just to manage it. Fortunately, we did it, and it's working perfectly. That's one. Then the other one, the pictures I wanted to show, the second one is the Kashimbila Dam. The dam was not meant for any development. It was actually meant to protect Nigeria from the flood that will arise from a breakage of a volcanic rock in Cameroon, the Nyos, Lake Nyos. So it was a dam that was actually for that. But incidentally, we realized that in an environment so rugged, if you go and water resources potential is very high, you maximize and exploit everything you go to there. So we changed it a bit to make sure that we take all the water from there. Then, in Nigeria, it is the only area that is slightly seismically active because of its content. And in the construction, you realize that different kinds of rock were found with certain consistencies that engineers will say are appropriate. But if you go further, you see it completely fractured. And so we have to also know how to manage such fractures. And now, if the lake breaks, because most of the lakes, volcanic lakes, will break with a lot of sulfates and all that. Do we have sulfate-resistant cement? So we try to see how we can moderate this to see if the lake breaks in future, we contain it. The water coming from there. Will it damage our structures? So we try to put that into consideration. It's finished and it's functional. Thank you very much.
Can we again put a hand for Professor Engineer Adanu? Now, in the message of the Honorable Minister, he had said that we could ask him any questions, but it is, by tradition, we do not ask questions of our guest lecturers. But if you do have anything you'd like to ask of him, he'll be available here after the ceremony, and you may approach him. Or better still, please approach the Minister for Water Resources. He's a man I know very well. He's also a past president of the Association for Consulting Engineering in Nigeria, and he will be pleased to give us any information that we require. The President, can I please ask that, as is also our tradition, we have a plaque that we're going to send to the Minister for his very, very, very interesting speech. And so, can I please ask that the plaque be brought forward so that it can be presented to Professor Adami for onward transmission.
Very much for this interest. We could have gone on and on and on, but our time is limited. And when you are dealing with professors and teachers, you know what I'm talking about. So please say a very big thank you to our minister. He could have been here, but you did represent him very well. And please give him this plaque on our behalf.
Thank you very much, the President. The next item on our agenda is one which is a recognition of those our members who have contributed to engineering and who have achieved the age of 75. Minimum. They only qualify when they become 75. and they also have to be members of the academy. It doesn't matter when they were inducted. It's the fact that because to have become 75 in engineering, you must have given at least 45 to 50 years of your life to the profession. So it's my pleasure to invite them in alphabetical order. They will come up to the dais here where they will be presented with their award by the President. Can I invite Engineer Professor Suleiman Adeniyi Adekola? Okay, he is unavoidably absent, so we'll have Professor Timothy Akombi Ibidapo Akeju. Born on the 7th of September 1941, please come up. Please come up. As you're coming up, I'll read the citation. In Abeokuta State, Professor Akeju attended St. Paul's College, Zaria, and King's College, Lagos. He was a state scholar at the University of Lagos. Great Akoka. Great Akoka. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest of the greatest Akoka. Thank you very much. Following his postgraduate studies at the Imperial College, he received a DIC and a PhD. He initially worked for G. Monson and Partners before he came back to Lagos in 1973 as a lecturer. Professor Akeju has contributed extensively and has numerous publications in the areas of structural mechanics, particularly analytical and numerical solutions of thin shell problems and structural organizations. He has been active in the field of education. He served as head of the Department of Civil Engineering and has been a member of various accreditation boards. And Professor Akeju was inducted into the Academy in 2002. Madam President, I present to you Professor Akeju. Thank you. Professor Folorunso Olaiwola Akimbode. Okay, sir, you can take a seat. Professor Akimbode also could not make it here today. I will now call on Dr. A.A. Desalu, who I see is also not here. I think part of the problem we also have to be that maybe by the time you're 75, your mobility begins to reduce. But I would not say the same about our president. Now, our next awardee is Engineer Professor Fola Lasisi. I'm not going to read the citation. Number one, the abridged one is only 2 pages long. The one that wasn't abridged is about 20 pages. But we'll have a chance later on for you to listen to his full citation as he's being inducted as our new president. But, Madam President, can I present to you, for one of your last duties, the presentation of the Lifetime Award to Engineer Professor Fola Lasisi. Next is Engineer John B. Obakwolo. Now, I know is here. Group Captain John Obakwolo was born on the 12th of March 1942 in Benin City. He attended St. Peter's Primary School and then the Yaba Technical Institute, where he obtained his GCE O-levels. Now, his career is an interesting one because he had wanted to continue in engineering, but he was admitted to go to the Air Services Training Institute in the UK to obtain a commercial pilot license. So he went and put his engineering career on hold. But because of the cost of going further, he went into the Nigerian Air Force, where he was now able to actualize his intention of becoming an engineer and at the same time a qualified pilot. And indeed, he was commissioned into the Nigerian Air Force in 1966 as a second lieutenant. His career in the Nigerian Air Force rose rapidly, and he went to Russia, to England, to everywhere. And on his return, he was deployed to the fighter group where the Russian aircrafts were being deployed. He had been to Russia to learn about them. He commanded the team that assembled the first 3 squadrons of MiG-21 aircrafts that were shipped to Nigeria. He has served on the Raw Materials Research Development Council. He has served on the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria. He has also been the founder, he was the founding president of the Aviation Round Table, a non-political and profitable organization to be a watchdog for the aviation industry. And we also remember, those of us who love football, that he was the Nigeria Football Association chairman in 1984, during which tenure Nigeria qualified for the World Cup for the first time and was ranked 5 in the FIFA World Ranking. Mr. President, I present to you Engineer Group Captain John Obakwolo. Thank you. Engineer Alexander Ogedegbe. I'm being careful here. Engineer Ogedegbe is my good friend, but he has a middle name that I don't want to try to pronounce, just in case I do it wrong. But I'm going to ask him to tell me later on how to pronounce it. He was born on the 18th of April 1943 and attended Ladilak Institute, Yaba, and Igobi College. He was the recipient of the African Scholarships Programs for American University, ASPAO. Many of our fellows actually benefited from that scheme because many of them went to the US for their engineering. And in 1964, he went to the Iowa State University to study chemical engineering, where he then got 2 degrees, a BSc and an MSc, and he started his career after that with DuPont Demerals Company Limited. He returned to Nigeria in 1969, and his first place of work was with Shell BP Development Company. He then moved on to what can only be described as a stellar career in the refinery and petroleum industry. He joined the Warri Refinery project team. He was appointed project manager for various professional for engineering and refinery projects. And indeed, it was who successfully managed the 150,000 barrels per day grassroots new Port Harcourt refinery project from inception through the feasibility studies, the contracting, the basic and detailed engineering, procurement, construction supervision, commissioning, and startup phases. He did it very well, and that refinery is still working. He was subsequently appointed the managing director and CEO of at separate times of the refinery in Port Harcourt and Kaduna. He became managing director of NETCO. He was founding principal of NNPC College of Petroleum Studies, and he retired from NNPC at the statutory age of 60 as being a board member. Post-retirement, he has still been involved in engineering, and he is now the chairman of the board of directors of ILF Consulting Engineers Nigeria and Gas Mastering Global Industries. He has served the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers as its president, and as a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. He served 3 terms as a member of council and 2 terms as honorary secretary. He was inducted in 2009. Mr. President, sir, I present to you Engineer Alex Ogedegbe. Finally, a man who really doesn't need any introduction. Engineer Professor A.F. Ogunye. Here, this engineer has achieved so much in life that when he said he was 75, I kept looking and said, no, it's more than 75. It must be like, because given what he has achieved, it's, I know he's enjoyed that. Professor Ajayi Francis Ogunye was born in 1942, attended Mulusi College in Jabugbo and the Government College Ibadan. He then was admitted to the Imperial College of Science, Medicine and Technology in London on a federal government scholarship to read a degree course in chemical engineering, which he completed in 1966. He then went to the Waterloo Graduate School, and between the time he was there in 1966 and the time he got his PhD in 1969, he was on the university teaching and research assistantship. He was that brilliant. He returned to Nigeria in 1970 and started as a lecturer at the University of Ife. In 1973, he moved to start the new Department of Chemical Engineering here in the University of Lagos, and he was appointed the first professor in March 1979. He has done everything in the university, and today, that department, which he founded, is the leader in chemical engineering education in the country, up Unilag. Professor Ogunye's pioneering research in the area of optimal control of reactors with catalytic decay nearly 5 decades ago is still the reference point for present-day researchers and process control practitioners in this area. He has served on the Council of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He has served on the Council of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering since its reception. He is a fellow of, I'm trying to precis this and I can't because it's so long, but suffice to say that Engineer Professor Ogunye is also a past president of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Madam President, I present to you Engineer Professor Ajayi Francis Ogunye. As I said at the beginning, we do have a number of special guests who are here with us today. One of our inductees today is the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communication Commission. And to support him today is the Chairman. I recognize you, sir, Senator Olabiyi Ajayi. Thank you very much. And the reason why I'm doing this is because the NCC has been a great supporter of the Academy in terms of support in various ways. So we cannot afford not to let us know that you are here. Thank you very much for coming. Also, one of our fellows, Professor Sambo, is wearing 2 hats here today. Where's Professor Sambo? Oh, there he is. Good. He is here in his own right, but he's also here to represent the President of the Nigerian Academy of Sciences. Thank you for doing that for us. Now, we have 2 great events today. The first one is the induction of new fellows. Now, the citation for each fellow is included in your brochures. So we're going to ask our orators to try to reduce them. Some of them are so long that I wonder how they manage to pack so much into their lives. Mine is only like 2 lines. I was born and I'm not dead yet. Now, in order not to take up our times, when the inductees are called up, can I please ask that they come up alone, number one. We cannot afford to have pictures taken on the podium here, so they will come up, the citations will be read, they will be robed, they will sign the register, and then they will go down and take their seats at the back of the other fellows. Photographs will only be allowed after the ceremony. At that time, the entire venue and outside is open for photography. So please, I'd like us to do that so that we can get through these important aspects hitch-free and without too much delay. So, to start with, I'm going to invite one of our fellows, Engineer Bayo Adiola, who will introduce to us the first 4 inductees. Engineer Adiola. Oh yes, I'm sure some of us will be interested in that. As an innovation, this ceremony is being streamed live. The URL is on the screen. So if you want to let your family and friends who are unable to be here today see what is happening, especially for the new fellows who have been inducted, let them know so that they can log on to that website and they will see what is happening.
Madam President, ma'am, may I invite Engineer Professor John Ajayi to the podium. Engineer Professor John Ajayi, who hails from Ilesha in Osun State, holds a diploma in mining of the then Federal School of Mines, Jos. He attended the then University of Ife, University of Lagos, and Ahmadu Bello University, where he obtained BSc Metallurgical and Material Engineering, MSc Mechanical Engineering, and PhD Metallurgical Engineering, respectively. He's a current registered and a 3-field engineer. He's a metallurgical engineer, he's a mechanical engineer, and there's a third one somewhere there. He's a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and former president of the Nigerian Metallurgical Society. He's a professor of metallurgical and mineral engineering in the Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, Federal University of Technology, Akure, FUTA. He's presently a visiting professor in Metallurgical and Materials Engineering Department, University of Lagos. He's the principal researcher for gold and precious metals research and development teams of FUTA and UNILAC, respectively. This well-traveled scholar, cum professional, has traveled all over the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria, all over Africa, and the 5 continents of the world. He has been everywhere. He has received many awards, prizes, and honors from the academic, from professional practice, and from leadership achievements. Professor Ajayi is married to a beautiful and brilliant Dr. Mrs. Deborah Oluide Ajayi, an associate professor of mathematics, and they are blessed with 3 favored children, Isheun Nifeoluwa, Iyanu Oluwa, Adinyi Oluwa. Madam President, I present to you Professor Ajayi.
I, Professor John Ajayi, hereby pledge to uphold the code of conduct, statutes and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability.
Vice President.
By the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow to the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Congratulations.
Come down this way and join the row. No. You go down this way and you join the fellows. They are no longer. May I invite Engineer Kashim Abdulali to the podium. Indeed, it gives me personal pleasure to be the one to actually present Kashim Ali, because I knew him as a young man, as a young engineer, and it's nice to have watched him grow. So when he was 60 a couple of weeks ago, he's now becoming an old man. Engineer Ali was born in 1958 to the Ali family of Ofugo of Kogi State, where he had his early education. After a little attempt to be a fighter pilot, he proceeded to the Kaduna Polytechnic for HND in civil engineering, then to the Federal University of Technology, Owerri, for a BSc degree in civil engineering. Engineer Ali commenced his professional practice with the Benue State government in 1982 and was involved in several engineering projects. In 1992, he joined the services of the Federal Capital Development Authority, FCDA, as a principal engineer, and rose steadily with a trail of legacy projects in water supply and railways. He was appointed Director, Civil Engineering of the Federal Capital Territory Water Board in September 2005, where he transformed the water board. In 2012, he was also able to transform the Abuja Rail Mass Transit project. Ajayi Ali has served nationally in various capacities at different times, including member, Board of the National Inland Waterways Authority, NIWA, member, Governing Board of the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, and co-chair, Infrastructure Policy Commission of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. He's a recipient of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, WEFIO Presidential Gold Medal. He's a registered engineer, fellow, and past president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and current president of the Council of the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, current. He's also a member of the National Institute and Nigerian Institute of Management. He's happily married to Ajayi, Hadiza Ali, and they are blessed with children. Madam President Mayor, I present to you Engineer Ali for award induction into the academy.
This is my president.
Thank you very much indeed. I, Kashim Abdul, like to uphold
the Code of Conduct, statutes and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability. By the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Congratulations.
May I invite Engineer Professor Oluwatoyin Ashiro to the podium, please. Professor Toyin Ashiro, a distinguished materials and metallurgical engineer, is a graduate of the University of Sussex, Brighton, UK, where he obtained a BSc in Material Science and Engineering. He concluded his PhD in the University of Birmingham, UK, in Industrial Metallurgy in 1983. Toyin Ashiro has utilized his diverse experiences in the academia and industry to provide technical advisory services for the enhancement of productivity in major oil and gas industries worldwide. He has served as consultant to NNPC, Shell, Chevron, ExxonMobil, EDAX, Saudi Aramco, and Qatar Oil, and several others. He has also served worldwide on various government multidisciplinary task forces and technical committees for UNIDO, UNESCO, and the World Bank. It is okay to clap. Tony Ashiru is the inventor of the first known instrument for in situ detection of steel cracking in sour production, petroleum production operations. This sophisticated device is used worldwide in all industries. It holds patents in the USA, UK, and Brazil. He has carried out many projects to solve corrosion and material degradation problems in petrochemical, chemical processing, fertilizer, and steel manufacturing industries. He has received many merit awards and citations worldwide in recognition of his work, including an acknowledgement in the USA as a professional with extraordinary ability. Professor Ashiru has great passion for community service, especially education counseling for Nigerian youths. He is a current registered engineer and a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Professor Ashiru is a non-executive director of FCMB Group PLC, CSL Securities, and is currently the group managing director, CEO of Tricontinental Group, a Nigerian conglomerate with interest in oil and gas services and industry technologies. He's happily married and blessed with children and grandchildren. Madam President, ma'am, I present to you Professor Ashiru for induction into the Academy.
I, Oluwatoyin Adesina Ashiru,
hereby pledge
to
uphold the code of conduct, statutes and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability. By the powers conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering.
Thank you.
Let him get down, please. May I invite to the podium Professor Linus Okon Asukwo. Engineer Professor Linus Okon Asukwo was born on March 18, 1954 in Umbat Itam in Itu local government of Akwa Ibom State. He obtained his West African School certificate in 1972 from the St. Patrick's College, Calabar, and later bagged an MSc degree with distinction in metallurgical engineering from Technical University, Kosice, Czechoslovakia in 1982. On return to Nigeria, he did his primary NYSC assignment at Delta Steel Company Limited, Alaja, Warri in Delta State, from 1982 to 1983. In 1990, he obtained his PhD in Metallurgical and Materials Engineering in the Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, Anambra State University of Technology, Enugu. He was Research Fellow in South Dakota University of Mines and Technology, Rapid City, USA. After his youth service, Engineer Professor Linus Asukwo was employed as Lecturer 2 at the Federal Polytechnic, Ida, in 1983. Between 1983 and 1997, he rose to the position of Chief Lecturer at the Federal Polytechnic, Ida, including Head Department of Metallurgy and Director of School of Metallurgy and Materials Technology. He transferred his service to the University of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, as a Senior Lecturer in Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, where he is currently the professor in the department. Madam President, Mayor, I present to you Professor Linus Asukwo for induction into the Academy.
I, Engineer Professor Linus Okon Asukwo,
hereby pledge to uphold the Code of Conduct, statutes, and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability. Professor Asukwo has been robed by one of his own from Akwa Ibom State. Can you sign the register? by the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Congratulations.
The next set of inductees will be introduced by another of our fellows, Engineer Nadu Denloye. Now, she threatened me that I mustn't say she's Dr. Mrs., but I will say it anyway. Engineer Denloye, please. By the way, she also said I shouldn't tell you, but that's her husband standing there.
May I invite Engineer Professor Umar Garba Dambata to the podium, please. Professor Umar Garba Dambata obtained his B.Eng. MSc degrees from the Technical University of Wrocław in Poland and his Ph.D. from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology, UMIST, UK. He served as a lecturer in the Department of Electrical Engineering, Faculty of Technology of Bayero University, Kano, for 28 years, where he taught courses in telecommunications engineering and electronics, and held positions of Dean of the Faculty and head of departments at different times. Professor Dambata has to his credit a book titled Elements of Static Engineering Electromagnetics and more than 50 articles in journals, conference proceedings, and technical reports. He's a Koran registered engineer, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, and fellow of the Renewable and Alternative Energy Society, and served 2 terms of 5 years as a member of council on Koran. Professor Umar Garba Dambata is currently the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. As the NCC boss, he has tremendously transformed the telecom sector, growing the nation's broadband penetration from less than 8% to 22% under 2 years. Professor Dambata is a recipient of multiple distinguished awards and certificates of honor. He is an embodiment of excellence, an erudite engineer, and an astute administrator. Madam President, I present to you Professor Umar Garba Dambata for induction as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering.
Professor Dambata has assisted this academy in several ways, and I'm really proud that he's become a fellow of this academy today. And I'd like to use that to greet his chairman, the chairman of NCC, Senator Ajayi. You are welcome, sir. Please read after me. I,
Umar Garba Dambata,
hereby pledge to uphold the Code of Conduct, statutes, and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering
to
the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
I think our secretary is tired. He said he needs a chair too. Yeah, but it's not quite as old as some of us yet. By the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Congratulations.
May I invite Engineer Professor Godwin Joseph Ifeanyichukwu Igwe to the podium. Engineer Professor Godwin Joseph Ifeanyichukwu Igwe earned a Diploma Eng degree from University of Kiel, Germany, MPhil from University of Leeds, and PhD from the University of Bradford in 1983, all in chemical engineering. He is a registered professional engineer in Texas and Nigeria, and founding membership chairman of the Society of Petroleum Engineers, Nigeria section. Professor Igwe is an inventor with 3 US patents, an author of 3 books and over 60 peer-reviewed articles. He has taught in River State University of Science and Technology, Nigeria, Texas A&M University, Prairie View A&M University, Texas, and the University of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. He worked for over 10 years with one of the premier chemical and petrochemical multinational corporations in the world. He consulted for core laboratories in Houston and was peer reviewer for the US Department of Energy, DOE, and the National Science Foundation, NSF. He was founder President and CEO, Technology Transfers, Inc., Newark, Delaware, in the US of A. Professor Igwe was an Alexander von Humboldt Outstanding International Scholar. He was also the only African awarded a World Bank McNamara Fellowship for Outstanding Scholarship in 1988 to research on petroleum products in the US. He was appointed Professor of Chemical Engineering in 1990 at the University of Benin. He is currently Professor of Chemical Engineering in the Department of Petroleum and Gas Engineering and Pioneer Director, Center for Gas, Refining and Petrochemicals, Institute of Petroleum Studies, University of Port Harcourt. He is also currently the NLNG Chair of Gas Processing Engineering at the University of Port Harcourt. Madam President, I present to you Professor Godwin Joseph Ifeanyichukwu Igwe for induction as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering.
I, Godwin Joseph Ifeanyichukwu Igwe,
hereby pledge to uphold the Code of Conduct, Statutes and Bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability. By the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Congratulations.
May I invite Engineer Dr. Mohammed Jibrin to the podium. Engineer Dr. Mohammed Jibrin obtained his Bachelor of Engineering degree, Master of Science, and Doctor of Philosophy all in civil engineering from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He started his career with the Water Resources and Engineering Construction Agency, RECA, as Project Engineer 2 in 1989 and rose to the rank of General Manager of the agency in 2002. Engineer Dr. Jibrin joined the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology in 2005 and was deployed to the Technology Incubation Center, Kano, as the Director Center Manager. On the expiration of the tenure of his predecessor, Dr. Jibrin was in June 2013 appointed as the Acting Director General, CEO, of the National Board for Technology Incubation, NBTI. A current registered engineer, Engineer Dr. Jibrin is a fellow of several professional associations, which include the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Institute of Industrialists and Corporate Administrators, Institute of Public Administrators, among others. Dr. Jibrin has to his credit over 40 outstanding publications comprising international journal papers, conference presentations, patent registrations, and technical reports. Dr. Jibrin's major priorities as the Director General CEO of NBTI include capacity building for staff and entrepreneurs, refocusing of TICs towards production of innovative products, jobs creation, strengthening of institutional linkages, publicity, and general personal motivation. Madam President, I present to you Engineer Dr. Mohammed Jibrin for induction as Fellow of the Nigeria Academy of Engineering.
I, Engineer Dr. Mohammed Jibrin,
hereby pledge
to uphold the code of conduct,
statutes, and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability. By the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Congratulations.
May I invite Engineer Anthony Uchechukwu Uguigwe to the podium. Engineer Anthony Uchechukwu Uguigwe holds a BSc degree in Chemical Engineering from the University of Lagos and an MSc degree in Plant and Process Design from the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow, United Kingdom. He's a Koran registered engineer, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, fellow Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers, and fellow of the Institute of Chemical Engineering of the UK. He has over 40 years' experience in the oil and gas industry, including senior positions in the NNPC group. Engineer Uguigwe was the Executive Project Manager, Nigeria LNG from 2002 to 2010, responsible for managing the construction of trains 4, 5, and 6, which together produced 12.6 million tons per annum of liquefied natural gas. He was Managing Director, Port Harcourt Refining Company, PHRC, from February 2010 till June 2012. He was thereafter Group Executive Director, Refining and Petrochemicals, NNPC, until December 2013, before retiring statutorily and meritoriously. Engineer Uguigwe is a past president of the African Refiners Association and remains an advisor to the Association for the ECOWAS region. He is a senior ambassador to the British Institution of Chemical Engineers, fostering cooperation between ICHEME and NSCHE. Engineer Uguigwe is currently the managing consultant of PEGED Nigeria Limited, chairman, governing council of the Center for Gas, Refining and Petrochemical Studies, University of Port Harcourt. Madam President, I present to you Engineer Anthony Uchechukwu Uguigwe for induction as Fellow of the Nigeria Academy of Engineering.
I,
Engineer Anthony Uguigwe,
hereby pledge
to
uphold the Code of Conduct, statutes, and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability. Conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering.
And I invite Professor Frank Okafor, who will introduce the remaining 4 new inductees.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen and fellows of the Academy. May I respectfully invite Engineer Professor Chinedu Stadema-Nebo to the podium. Engineer Prof. Stadema-Nebo was born on June 3, 1952. He attended primary schools in Ibadan, Kafanchan, and Port Harcourt, where he passed the first school leaving certificate examination with distinction in 1965. He then attended the then prestigious Government Secondary School, Afibo, where he obtained the WASC with flying colors. As a federal government of Nigeria scholar, he was sent to South Dakota School of Mines and Technology to study mining engineering. In 1978, he graduated with first-class honors and the best graduate student of the year. Naturally, he was to obtain MSc degree and PhD metallurgical, of course, MSc metallurgical engineering and PhD maintenance engineering from the same institution. His research on an alternative route to the recovery of gold in aqueous solutions led to the choice of oxidized nitrate solutions instead of the highly toxic cyanide ones. As a professor of engineering, Engineer Nebo rose to become the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and the Pioneer Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Oye, Ekiti, from which position he was appointed Minister of Power of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. While serving at UNN, he transformed that university and was recently honored as its best ever Vice Chancellor. At Oye Ekiti, he converted a virgin forest to a university campus within 6 to 8 months, a feat that was referred to as the 6 months miracle. As Minister of Power, he supervised the eventual privatization of the power sector. In practice, Professor Nebo is not any less an engineer. He is leading a team that is developing a power seed web technology. This is a machine that multiplies deliverable power by several factors without any additional fuel. Currently, they have integrated electromechanical devices into an equipment that allows a 22.1 kilowatt engine to drive a 250 kilowatt turbine, producing over 200 kilowatts of electricity, with fuel needed to drive just a 22 kilowatt engine. This invention has rightly been described as a disruptive technology. Engineer Nebo is a fellow of several institutions, including the Nigerian Society of Engineers. He is also an ordained Reverend gentleman in the Anglican Communion. Is married to his heartthrob, Ife, and their marriage is blessed with 4 children and several grandchildren. Madam President, may I present to you Engineer Professor Chinedu Ositadimma Nebo CON for induction.
I,
Chinedu Ositadimma Nebo,
hereby pledge to uphold the code of conduct, statutes, and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability. On me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Congratulations.
Hey, bro. May I invite Professor Bolaji Abu Fatai Sule to the podium, please. Professor Bolaji Abu Fatai Sule was born on January 7, 1954 in Nguru, Yobe State, Nigeria. He attended early school at Nguru between 1959 and 1965 and had his high school and higher school education in Lagos He studied at the University of Benin City, Nigeria, between 1973 and 1978, where he obtained a degree in civil engineering in first-class honors. Professor joined the University of Ilorin, Nigeria, as an assistant lecturer in 1979. He was then to attend Cornell University, Itacha, NYUSA, where he obtained master's and PhD in civil and environmental engineering, with specialization in water resources, systems optimization, and management. He has published over 100 articles in peer-reviewed journals and learned conferences. He is also the recipient of the 2010-2011 University of Ilorin Researcher of the Year Award. Prof. Sule had served as external examiner and visiting scholars, in local and international institutions, such as the Moi University, Eldoret, Kenya, the Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, and the Val University of Technology in South Africa, amongst others. He has served in various capacities in the University of Ilorin. He was head of the Civil Engineering Department several years and Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology from 2005 to 2008. He was the Pioneer Director, National Center for Hydropower Research and Development, an agency of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, from 2008 to 2014. Professor has also served on various administrative and technical committees and boards within and outside the university. He was elected the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, University of Ilorin in March 2018. Professor is a current registered engineer, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers, a fellow of the Solar Energy Society of Nigeria, amongst others. He is happily married with 3 beautiful daughters. Madam President, may I present to you Professor Bolaji Abu-Fatai Sule for induction into the Academy of Engineering.
I, Bolaji Abdul-Fatai Sule,
hereby pledge to uphold the Code of Conduct, statutes and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
by the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering.
Well, this is an interesting one. I have the singular honor and luck to present the First Lady and the only lady amongst the inductees. May I respectfully ask Professor Mrs. Kehinde Adekunbi Taiwo to please come to the podium. Already there, that's interesting. Mrs. Kehinde Taiwo is a professor in the Department of Food Science and Technology of Bafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. She earned a bachelor's in Food Science and Technology in 1985. Followed by MSc and PhD degrees in agricultural engineering from the same university. Her expertise is in resource mobilization, institutional strengthening, research management, networking, research uptake, and fundraising. Prof. Taiwo has won several awards. She was a DAAD scholar, that's a German scholarship organization, at the Institute for Lebensmittelbefahrungstechnik, University of Karlsruhe, Germany, in 1993. She is also an outstanding Alexander von Holt Foundation scholar. Mrs. Kehinde has in her kitty more than 80 research publications in international journals. She's also one of the most wanted speakers in so many events. Professor Taiwo is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and a member of several other professional bodies, and in particular women organizations. She served as the first female dean, Faculty of Technology, from August 2014 to July 2016. She has also been head of department in several years, and vice dean of the faculty. She's editor, Linkages newsletter, and co-editor-in-chief, IFE Journal of Science and Technology. She was the chairperson protocol subcommittee for NOGA 2014, and has served on the board of several NGOs, like I said, and is a matron of several women organizations. Mrs. Taiwo is a passionate gender enthusiast who engages actively in the empowerment of women. She's a friendly, hardworking, and highly motivated and God-fearing woman, and is happily married and blessed with children. Madam President, may I present to you Professor Mrs. Kehinde Adekunbi Taiwo for induction into the academy.
I, Kehinde Adekunbi Taiwo,
hereby pledge to uphold the code of conduct, statutes and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
By the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. This is one of our own. So unfortunately, we've not done well enough. I think we are going to.
Well, this is the last of it, but definitely easily the biggest. And I will count myself lucky to shine once more. I had presented the only lady, and now I'm presenting another good one. Engineer Solomon Omorolion Waifo, may you please come to the podium. Born in Benin City on May 7, 1932, Engineer Solomon Omorolion Waifo attended Yaba Technical Institute, YTI, from 1950 to 1954. Between 1954 and 1957, he was an employee of ECN. ECN is Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, training as an assistant of technical officer. He graduated in YTI. He graduated in 1957 and won a federal government prize as Best Electrical Engineering Student. He was now given a federal government scholarship in 1958 to study in Faraday House Engineering College, London, where he graduated and was elected associate member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. After a stint as engineer manager in Onitsha, he returned to ECN headquarters as distribution, planning and design engineer. He was 18 months on that job and was appointed head of meters and instruments in the Systems Operation Department. He trained at UHE in Australia, Landis and Gay in London, and Zug in Switzerland on meters for 9 months. He was appointed senior commercial engineer in the commercial department of ECN headquarters with responsibility for sales. He was also elected member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, UK, in 1968, and that of Nigerian School of Engineers in 1969. He became an Eisenhower Fellow in the same 1969, which provided an opportunity for him to be part of a multinational program in the United States of America in 1969. That program offered him a platform to study electricity rates and rates management, one of the many problems the current electricity sector has. As well as commercial engineering techniques for optimal sales of electricity. He was later to become area manager North in 1971 and had to throw in the towel after 20 years of editorial service to the ECN in 1974. It is important to acknowledge some of the innovations introduced. There was the pay-as-you-bank meter installation order and meter recovery order, which introduced to Kaduna in 1970. That improved operational security to the joy of ECN. He also saved the imminent chaos that would have faced the metering of customers around that time. Engineer Voifo was a member of the management board of the Ajayi Polytechnic and an external examiner to the electrical engineering department of the Institution on Power Systems Engineering. In 1974, after retirement, he set up a practice called OWA Partners, a consulting engineering and management firm. Engineer Opo was a joint winner of the NLNG Prize for Literature. He founded the Benin Mode Foundation in 2007 and remains chairman of its board of trustees. He served on three national panels, the NSC FGN and the FGN on the NEPA in 1979 and 1983, and on Nigeria's motor assembly plant in 1989. He has written widely in engineering and literature. His latest book, Conversations in Electrical Utility Engineering, is in the works. Actually, it should be launched on the 2nd of August, isn't it? He's a member of the Institution of Electrical Engineers. He's a fellow of the Nigerian School of Engineers. And an Eisenhower Fellow in 1969 and is registered by Coren. I also know that he is married and has several children. Madam President, may I present before you Engineer Solomon Omorodion Owaifo for induction into the Academy of Engineering.
Moving him actually. He happened to be one of his people in PHCN. Congratulations. Engineer Uwaifo is actually one of our special cases, not because he's not eminently qualified, but because of his age. Even though we discovered him at this late hour, we thought we should still honor him, and that's why he's here. Engineer Uwaifo. I,
your name, Solomon Omorodion Owaifo,
hereby pledge to uphold the code of conduct, statutes, and bylaws of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of excellence in engineering to the best of my knowledge and ability. By the power conferred on me as President, I formally admit you as Fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Congratulations.
First, can we ask all of us to give a hand to all the new fellows? Now it is the turn of the new fellows to be upstanding and take a bow. We're going to ask one of the new fellows to come forward to give a brief remark, or very brief remark, on behalf of all the inductees. Engineer Professor Tony Ashiru, Fellow, Nigerian Academy of Engineering.
The outgoing president of Nigerian Academy of Engineering, Engineer Mrs. J.O. Maduka, MFR, the incoming president of Nigerian Academy of Engineering, Engineer Professor Fola Lasisi, past presidents of Nigerian Academy of Engineering, president of Koren, my fellow inductee, president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, president of the Nigerian Association of Consulting Engineers, fellows of the Academy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to stand before you today on behalf of my fellow inductees to express our gratitude for the privilege of becoming fellows of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. We accept with full sense of awareness, responsibilities, and expectations that come with this high honor that has been bestowed on us today. We feel highly privileged to become members of the apex of the engineering profession in this country. We to thank the President and our senior fellows for the trust and confidence that you have in us to be worthy of becoming your colleagues. This is a day of reflection on the past, a celebration of milestones, and the refocusing for a greater future. Our responsibilities as new members of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering will be to
Yes, please settle down.
Will be to forge ahead in playing the role that is expected of us, which is to fulfill the noble objectives of the Academy. On a personal level, I feel more like a graduating valedictorian boy who is faced and charged with the responsibilities of taking up life tasks that are fit for a fresh engineer. However, with the requirements of an election, most fellows of the Academy are already in the retirement departure lounge. Thus, the roles we can play may not be limited to tightening knots and bolts and carrying out engineering wonders, but will expectedly be extended to advocacy, advisory, and mentorship. We will do all in our power to fulfill the aspirations of the founding fellows to use the unique knowledge and experiences of the eminent members to provide advisory services to the government and business community. This will cover issues where technology plays a key role in successful implementation of socio-economic initiatives to meet the needs of our country, Nigeria, and the global community. The major challenge that we face as a nation is a lack of appropriate education, or let me say training and curriculum for our engineers. In short, the missing bridge between the town and the gown is enormous and large. This closely connects to another major bridge that we need to build. Our national development is greatly hampered because the engineers in our nation are not developed with mindsets of authentic entrepreneur engineering. Now that we have been bestowed with this great honor, we pledge not to make it an elitist but enlightenment role. In this vein, on my part, I will take an immediate lead by regularly publishing enlightening and empowering articles on print and social media, encouraging young engineers into forming entrepreneurial teams to establish viable business ventures. This will be enumerated with examples of viable and practicable projects that we add chain values using our abundant natural gas. There are loads of successful case studies to emulate from Asia and Far East countries. In the same way as other countries in the world, we work with our senior fellows on the platform of Nigerian Academy of Engineering to give important and cogent advice to the government on engineering-related matters that will enhance national development. Our focus should be on SMEs, where consumer goods which have been imported can be made at low cost. We will continue to encourage our young engineers towards taking up those projects that will keep the economy afloat and strong. If we keep recognizing the need, igniting the passion, noticing the attempts, organizing efforts, and celebrating progress, the national result will be creation of lots of valuable technological-based enterprises that will not only change the course of our economy, but make Nigeria a competitive global player. Before I round up, we would like to thank our families, especially our spouses, wives, and husbands, for their support and encouragement. Finally, we would like to assure the Academy that we, class of 2018, we actively participate in the programs and meetings of the body, and we will use our resources and time for the upliftment of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Once again, we thank the Academy for the great honor of inducting us into this distinguished association, and we promise we will not let you down, and we will uphold the integrity and good name of the Academy. Thank you, and God bless.
You know, he's right. He did sound like a valedictorian. And I wonder how many of us, fellows, can remember when we were either valedictorian or listened to one in our own right. I remember mine. It was more than 40 years ago. Somewhere in this vicinity. It wasn't in this hall. This hall wasn't here then. And it was done by certain Mr. Damisa. I still remember who it was. Right. As the President had announced during her welcome address, today we're going to be presenting the Academy Journal. This is a journal that is being published in conjunction with the Ministry of Science and Technology. The Minister is one of our fellows. And I now ask Madam President to please lead us or coordinate this presentation. Thank you.
Professor Okafor, the chairman of the editorial board again. Where is he? Are you there?
Thank you, Madam President, other fellows here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The members of the editorial board of ISIA, Innovations in Science Innovative Solutions in Engineering, the Journal of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, came together and in about the middle of last year, the Council of the Academy appointed us, and we went down to work, asked for articles, and went through what I would call a very painstaking review process, and we're able to produce what we have. The journal, this edition contains about 7 articles, 6 full papers, and 1 letter to the editor. The papers, indeed, there was this tie that was funny, that of the papers published, 3 came from outside Nigeria. 4, I think, came out from outside Nigeria, and then 2 from within. Well, there are some that have not been part of this journal. They are still under review. We just felt that each volume should not be seen to be so much for now until we graduate. It's a fine reading. The papers are drawn from different fields of engineering endeavor. Electrical engineering, water resources engineering, engineering education, optimization that cuts across, there's a paper from the US, it cuts across all engineering endeavors, from electrical engineering to some bit of mechanical power generation and all that, but just general principles and applications of optimization. And then there's a particular one that is special on where do I put it? I think it's also in what you call engineering analysis, in mathematics, but with application to engineering. A preface is there also, written by the president of the current president of the academy, and then a foreword is written by the Minister of Science and Tech. Of course, the engineer Gumbi, who introduced this session, said it is a collaboration with the Minister of Science and Tech. In fairness to them, Minister of Science and Tech bankrolled the printing of the journal. And it's I wish you could clap more for them, because it's not, yes, Science and Tech is supposed to promote engineering education and dissemination of technical knowledge. So it is, you will say, yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. But they could as well have refused to do it, and we can't kill them. Coincidentally, the journal has not been fully printed, so you might not just like buy a copy now. It's still, part of it is still in press. What we have really is a representation of what it should be. Please bear with us, but in the next 1 or 2 weeks, I'm sure the Uniga Press will produce the real thing. I thank you all for listening.
Now, time is fast spent, but if you look at the journal, the other members of the editorial board, I'd like to recognize them because this took quite a while. And with the new fellows, I hope we'll be able to get articles from you. It took some time before we were able to raise articles for the journal, and we just decided that we must go on. So I would like to recognize Professor Salihu Mustafa. Is he around? case the Deputy Chairman, Professor Ajayi, I'm sure is around. Professor Matawal, I know he's not around. Professor Bala is not around. Professor Onwado, Professor O. Taiwo, this time the man. And the representative of the Ministry of Science and Tech, Etanem John Udo. They've done a fantastic job, and I would like to invite the representative of the minister. Incidentally, at least 3 of the articles in this journal are water related. So can you please come and present it?
Well, President, and fortunately my Oga is here too. That's Professor Mustafa. And Professor Eli also was my classmate is here. Well, before I just make this present, so they are not here. Yeah, my prof can come and assist me present. Professor Mustafa, please. But we still want to say. Okay. Okay. All right. So they are advising me here, that's why. Okay. Now, on behalf of the Honorable Minister, I stand here to present this journal for the help of even the young ones who are coming, who also need to take cue of the elders that are here, that have been working very seriously for our benefit. I therefore present this for everybody.
Right. We have now come to the highlights of our gathering here today, which is the induction of our new president. Like other professional organizations, we have a time-honored process for transition. There's never any doubt about who's going to become president, and we do not even allow anybody to campaign for that post. It is by the choice of every member of the academy. It's my pleasure to now invite Engineer Titi Omwechu, who will come forward to read the citation of our new president. And I shall also ask our president, coming in, Engineer Professor Fola Lasisi, to please come out here. Before we proceed, I have the number here of a Toyota KSF 701BQ. Will the owner please go to repark? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go into this business, I want all of you to be my witnesses. When I got the resume of this distinguished professor, I gave it a test read. And after spending 55 minutes, then I called the senior people who are the organizers of this investiture, and I asked them, how many minutes do you want me to talk for? And they said, 5 minutes. And I said, what? Maybe 10. And I said, that is better. It's a very difficult work to abridge the professor's resume into this citation. But now I have seen that there is even a coup, because when I look at that program, I'm given only 5 minutes there to do the job. So if I spend all the 10 minutes they have promised me, please be my witnesses. Madam President, past presidents, distinguished fellows of the Academy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to present to you the citation of the 10th President of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. I will limit my discussion to his attainments in education, scholarship, business, community service, and the traditional institution. Madam President, this brand new president, engineer and scholar, Rasaki Afolabi Lasisi, better known to everybody as Fola Lasisi, was born on February 23, 1943, in Odoshelu Alaro, near Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. He finished secondary education with distinction at the Yaba Technical Institute. You guys will call it Yaba College of Tech these days. In 1962, and went directly to the University of Washington, Seattle, to study civil engineering using the African Scholarship Program for American University. We called it ASPAU in those days. That was in July 1963. He graduated BSc in June 1966 on schedule, a master's degree in civil engineering structures of the same university in December 1967, and later proceeded to the University of Wisconsin in Madison on university and USAID scholarship. He acquired the PhD degree in agricultural engineering in September 1974. He became an engineer, a professional engineer in Wisconsin in 1972, and a registered engineer in Nigeria in 1974. Professor Fola Lasisi's first work as a design structural engineer was with Marshall, Barr, and Packer, Washington, from July 1966 to September 1969. He returned to Nigeria in October 1969 to join the University of Ife as lecturer 2. He rose through the ranks, becoming a professor in October 1984. At Ife, he was the acting head of Department of Agricultural Engineering, served in many committees and chaired a couple of them, especially those involved in the physical development of Unife campus. He was a member of the committee that actually developed the agricultural and civil engineering programs. He was chairman of Bafemi Awolowo Consultancy, you call it Unifex, from 1989 to 1992. In public service, he was chairman of Ogun State Agricultural Development Corporation, a member of Council of Federal Polytechnic Ilaro, and a council member of the Nigerian Institute of Management, all between 1988 and 2017. He was also chairman, Academy of Corporate Management at the Nigerian Institute of Management from 2011 to 2017. Professor Fola Lasisi was the pioneer vice chancellor of the Federal University of Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, for 2 terms. He was also the pioneer vice chancellor of Crescent University, Abeokuta, from 2005 to 2007. He was chairman, Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, 1996 and 1997. In business and as an engineer, Professor Fola Lasisi was senior consultant, M-Plan Group, chairman, Pilot Finance Limited, director, Pilot Securities Limited, and chairman, Urban Trends Limited. Professor Lasisi has been a committee member of the establishment of some private universities. These include Crescent University Abeokuta, Fountain University Oshogbo, Caleb University Imota, Proposed University of Ofa, Proposed University of Inaolaji University Ikire, Proposed University of Warri Delta State, and proposed city model university, Port Harcourt. Yes, I have to jump one paragraph. This distinguished engineer has been honored both at home and abroad, especially in places where he worked. Indeed, he was an Obong in Uyo with the title Iberedom Uyo. I hope I got that right. In 1995. Also in Oron with the title Ntanta Oron in 1997. He has also been honored at home, helping the community young ones to acquire qualitative education. He is the Boba Shelu of Odo Shenlu Alaro and was given a merit award by the Awujale of Ijebu Land in 1999 for excellence in education. He was honored with the Chris Abebe Award in recognition for his significant services to the progress and growth of the Nigerian Institute of Management. Madam President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Academy, I should read this? Okay. Oh, I see. The Academy shall have the following officers who shall be financial fellows as defined in Article 10.1, the President, the Vice President, the Secretary, the Treasurer, Technical Secretary, and such other officers as the Annual General Meeting may from time to time approve. The President is the first member of Council. He shall preside at all meetings of Council and at the General Assembly at which he is present. In line with these provisions, therefore, Engineer Professor Folala Sisi, having satisfied all the prescribed conditions, is hereby presented for investiture as the President, the 10th President of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering. Madam President, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, all right, okay. Step 4. Madam Outgoing President, may I invite you, ma'am, to please invest the new President.
Most of the past presidents lining up to invest the new president. So we are good. He has his gown already. So I will just go on to the pledge. I, Engineer Professor Folala Sisi,
Engineer Professor Folala Sisi,
solemnly declare and pledge that as the President of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering,
as the President of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering,
I shall faithfully uphold, defend, and preserve the details of the Academy, the ideals of the Academy, in accordance with the provisions of the statutes, bylaws, and code of conduct,
at
all times.
So help me God.
I now invite the President of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, Engineer Professor Fola Lasisi, to come forward to give his inaugural address.
Good afternoon. I am going to not take any protocol because we've heard so much about protocol. Where is the PowerPoint? Please put it on, please. We will be mentioning the names of those on the protocol list, so we shouldn't waste your time going through that list. Why is it not? Okay. So, first and foremost, I think it should be on the first. Okay, we've gone to the protocol. I want to say that I fully feel greatly privileged. You can read what is there. I don't want to go through the speech as published, because you can always read this on your own. But the main thing is to thank God for today. To thank all of you that has taken time to come here. Last night I said I was inviting many people to come and clap for me. Can you clap for me? Why am I asking you to clap? This is a special honor. A village boy standing before you. Clap again. The next slide, please. We want to see that we are represented here by our president, our past president, our fellows, unique people in engineering in this country and in the world. Many of us were trained overseas. Many of us came home. Many of us abandoned home. Clap for those who are here and came home. I came back 49 years ago, and I'm still active. Clap for God for me. I want to remember the places where I was appointed. OAU was the first place. I never applied. Professor Bodeni gave my name to Professor Oluwasomi, and they gave me an appointment without seeing me. Clap for Oluwasomi. Then, of course, I was sent to Uyo without an application. Clap for Babs Pafunwa. I'm here today again without an application. Can you clap for our chairman of Board of Trustees, Engineer Vincent I. Maduka, who led the group? So you can see that God has been so good to me. And so there is a commitment to serving God. There is a commitment to serving man. So if we go on to the next slide, so I want to say that I remember my mentors and the schools I attended. I went to Yaba College of Technology, Technical Institute. Director is there. Director, can you be upstanding? Engineer, you are filming, you are here. And I think the registrar is also here. I asked them to come because that school changed my life. So the write-up talks about the process of where you went through, that I have many people that I want to be honored. I won't be able to call them, but if you read the book, I just want to mention that our organization, we have the engineering family. The president of NSC, are you here? Mokolu, Engineer Mokolu. I called him one of my boys. The last president, or the last but one president, Engineer Isaac Olorunfemi, also my student and one of my boys. You are here, you are welcome. Engineer Otis is Ajayi, was just immediate past president. He's one of us, so he should be here. We want to recognize Koren. Engineer Ali has just become a fellow. You are welcome to the club. Is the president of the Koren. We have other organization, Akwen. We have Aken. President of NIM, are you here? Professor Kunle, president of NIM, you promised to come here? Okay. Professor, thank you very much for coming. I think the registrar, Tony, may also be around. I want to mention that my VC is also expected to be here from Obafemi Awolowo University and the registrar. I got a notice from my dean that they were doing A&P today, but he must have sent a representative. The VC of the University of Uyo, Professor Essien, and the registrar, can you please be standing? Professor Essien is a son. He was my staff. I think he was lecturer 1 or lecturer 2. He became a professor in first time, became a VC. I'm very proud of you. You are welcome. I've also mentioned the rector. I'm short of words to tell you about my wife, Monica Lasisi Joan. I hope she's here. She has been my wife for almost 50 years. She's an American. She came here and is still here. Can you thank her for me? So please thank Monica for me. We want to talk about mentors. The first two, when I reached the university, they were Professor Alan Mattock and Professor J. Rhodes Jr., Fred Jr., Rhodes Jr. There's a funny story about Professor Rhodes. In my first semester, the University of Washington was using Porter then. We did some tests, and they wanted me to go and do general engineering. And I told him, I'm already decided. I want to be a civil engineer. In fact, that's why I finished in 3 years. So he made me go fast forward. During the first Christmas holidays in 1963, he took me to a field. This is where Microsoft is today. And we went to inspect a tunnel that is 12 feet in diameter. When we were going through, we saw a snake. And I ran after the snake and pulled it and killed it. He was shocked. I said, there's a village boy who is not afraid of snakes. So, as a result of that, he started taking me to the field. By May 11, 1964, I bought my first car from what he gave me. Can you thank God for me? So, Professor Rose was in it, then Professor Mattock supervised my my master's degree. Then I moved to Wisconsin, Professor Kramer, Professor Woods, they led me on, and they were very happy to be my helper and so on. Other mentors are many. I've mentioned Oluwasomi and others, but I have two here I must also recognize. Professor Makanjola, can you please be upstand? And Professor Sonny, Professor Makanjola is the first Nigerian head of our department. Professor Sonny was our dean, and they were the ones why I did not quit academics. As I said, I wanted to be a civil engineer. I was already practicing, I was enjoying it, and they asked me to go and be giving lectures. I went, it was a draft. And I said, this is a draft. I'm writing on the board, I'm doing all these things. I want to see drawings. I went to my office, I bought a drawing board, big one, electronics, and started drawing. In fact, that is why I became a member of agency very fast. So Professor Makanjola and Professor Sonny took me to Professor Oluwasomi, and Professor Oluwasomi said they should bring my wife. So we went to have dinner. He said, you can be a practicing engineer, you can also be an academic. Can you thank him for me, please? So those are the mentors. Why are we here? I think the next one. We are looking at, I've already talked about the next one. Go to the next one. Now, 2 years ago, I was nominated and elected as vice president. And then I followed Madame, and I spoke here. And I said, I'm surely going to enjoy this experience because I'm following a lady of first class. That I was following a lady I've known for almost 40 years. And I've done some design with her and her company, Lecom Associates. And that this lady, the first time I met her, she was a symbol of excellence, a symbol of good family, a symbol of decency. And he has remained so. Work well at home, well work in office, well work at work. At home, in work, and in family. Is that not unique? Can you clap for Madam, for me, please? I want you for the honor. She never hid anything from me. Many organizations, the vice presidents, never know what's going on. The presidents become dictators. He is not a dictator, and I'm not going to be a dictator. It's a problem. So now we have the challenge. Today is another investor ceremony. We have the tradition in the academy that we bring in people that others have recognized that they have certain capabilities, and that the capabilities will enrich the profession. I thank them for thinking I have it. I'm not going to disappoint them. Today, we want this crowd to understand our academy. And I put on 3 questions. The first one is, why the Nigerian Academy of Engineering? What has the academy been doing in the last 20 years? Where is this academy headed in the next 2 years? And I will answer those questions. The first is that we look at the vision, the mission statement of the academy. I hope you can all read that. Maybe because I'm too close, I can't read it. To provide, and I quote, to provide input and leadership in national technological issues and policies at the highest possible level through contributions to science, engineering, and technological ideas in Nigeria and by extension globally. I think that is really clear what the Nigerian Academy of Engineering is doing. In recent times, the immediate past president has listed the achievements. I only want to highlight one. One of them is what is in the next slide, that by November 26, 2016, we installed our president as the grand patron of our academy. Can you clap for our academy? And that is telling us that we are telling Nigeria, through our president, without technology and engineering, this country will never develop. This country will never develop if we are not giving the priority to lead this country in moving the country forward. It is a serious matter. We will take example of South Korea and China. If you go to China today, 80% of the ministers are engineers. If you go to South Korea, 60% of the equivalent of ministers are engineers. If you go to Japan, after World War II, Japan decided that they want again to move forward. Japan was already advanced by World War II, but they were destroyed by United States, and they became slaves. But they decided they want to move forward. So they set up special engineering groups. Japan was known when we were small for developing or producing needles. And some people, those who are old people, I'm an old man, those who are in their 70s or 80s will know that needle was what most people knew Japan for in the 50s and early 60s. But before you know it, they started producing the best cars in the world. We were not the best at the beginning. Those who remember Datsun was cheap, but Datsun was breaking down. Do you know why they changed the name to Nissan? When they upgraded their system, they said the name is Nissan. And they moved forward. They started competing with Toyota, and those cars are first class today. If you don't do the correct thing, you will not have first class. The only way you will have first class is promote your engineers, promote technology, and have the policies to make sure they work. Nigeria will not develop if they don't do it. Nigeria will pray for you. So the next one is talking about what can we do in the next 2 years. And I start with the work, because in our academy, we like continuity. Continuity because we are not disjointed. So the past president has already started a program. And I'm also lucky to have been the chairman of developing a technological village. So this program will be continued. Madam, don't sleep well that this program will not die. Engineer Bawala, Tajuddin Bawala must be somewhere. It's one of the dreamers. You are here, Baba Ikorodu. I know you. So please, don't lose your sleep. We will work hard to make sure this village materializes. Number 2, we have worried that this is an apex body. What are we doing with all our family members? We have been doing some things with them, but we need to do more. We need to work more with NSC. Mokolu, we want to work more with you. We are not in competition, so we will move forward with NSC. We will move forward with Koren. We will move forward with Aken. We will move forward with NBTE. So we want to set up a system for this so that we have regular meetings. We begin to do the correcting. The next one is that we want to, as has already been reported, we had an experience in the last 2 years of working with the Royal Academy of Engineering. And we produced a new syllabus for mechanical engineering. We also produced a template that can be used for other areas of engineering. We want to continue this. We want to link up with National Academy of Engineering of the United States, the Academy of Engineering of China, the Academy of Engineering of Japan, and so on, so that we can be part of the global engineering system. And then we look at 3 things. We want to look at energy. That is our number 1 problem today. We want to continue. The work has always been on. Engineer Dr. Ajayi has been our chairman. He has been working hard on energy. We want to look at issue of infrastructure. It must continue. We want to improve it. The next one is food security. If you can eat, you can run. So we need to work on that. There is a strategic plan that is already in place. The vice president that is coming on is Engineer Alex Ogedegbe. Can you stand up? Engineer Alex Ogedegbe. Nobody has mentioned your name. You are hiding. There is no place for you to hide. You have work ahead of you. And I've known you very well. You are also an ASPAO special man from AI. We shall work together successfully by God's grace. So we want to now look and congratulate the new fellows. We congratulate you. You are welcome to this club, but you must be ready to work hard. You must be ready to sacrifice. You must be ready to say you have been given a honor. And the only way you do it is attending meetings and attending them punctually. I've been told many times that I am a time addict. I have no regret about it. I come from Ife sometimes for a meeting at 10 and maybe the first one to be there. I will wake up at 4 and get out. If my driver is late, in my younger days, I would drive up and leave the driver. I must not try that now because I don't want to commit suicide. So we need to do the needful. The needful, we need to all work together. We all work together and move engineering forward. And that is important. Congratulations again. Can all the new fellows stand up and bow to me again? Now you are welcome. You are welcome. You are welcome. I want to thank everybody for coming here. I'm very grateful for this opportunity and the challenge. And by God's grace, I'm going to do well. I'm a positive person. I will do well. I will do well. I will do well. Thank you very much. Can we give our president can we please stand up to acknowledge that very great thing? You know, when we were please be seated. When we were going to ask, when we were doing the timing for the program, the only area that we were apprehensive about was addressed by the new president. Our president, thank you very well for disappointing us. We are now slowly coming to the end of our program. We've kept time, and so it's my honor really to invite the new vice president of the academy, Engineer Alex Ogedegbe, to give the vote of thanks. It's on now. It's on now. The new 10th president of the Academy of Engineering, Professor Fola Lasisi, our outgoing immediate past president, Madam Maduka. When I look at the hall and I hear all this clapping, I wonder if there's anything else to say. You listen to the president just now for the last 15 minutes, thanking every one of us. I am extremely honored to do this because already he has cut out the work for us for the next 2 years. And I'm a witness not only to the program, but I also thank you for being here to witness the program. I can assure you that the team led by the new president, Professor Engineer Fola Lasisi, will deliver by the grace of the Almighty. Now I wish to thank all of you, and I'm not going to take 1 more minute. All I want to say is, in the old way, 3 happy cheers to our new president. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Hip, hip, hip. Hooray. Thank you very much, and goodbye. And so, we've come to the end of the induction. Can I please ask everybody to please wait until the procession has left. And when we were coming in, we came in one order. We will now go in a reverse order. And the going out to be led by the president, past presidents, executive committee members, council members, the guest speakers, and finally all fellows in order of the year of their election, with the brand new fellows bringing up the rear. So, thank you very much and have a pleasant day.